Why are you subbing to my mute? 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 You're being fucking jealous, and it's cringe. Why are you subbing to my mute? You're being fucking jealous, and it's cringe. Why are you subbing to my mute? Why are you subbing to my mute? Why are you subbing to my mute? Why are you giving subs to my mute? Why are you subbing 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 to my mute?
Gotta be that way with me. 'Cause I've only loved one man.
Why are you subbing to my mute? Why the fuck do you even support this?
Don't mind me just getting my emote happy lurking.
Farewell, sweet cookie cats.
you're not gonna fucking buy my mute. Fucking stop now.
Work has been hella busy, so I have not been able to swing by as often, but I am still here and I love you all. Really brought me out of a dark spot back in October, and I would like to thank each and every one of you.
Why are you subbing to my mute? Why are you subbing to my mute? Why the fuck are you giving money to my mute? Stop. Now.
Yay, happy. Can we ride the roller coaster today?
jump into a bunch of the updates here, but I've got you. I want to ask a few more questions. So one of my favorite things to do to talk to other Twitch employees about is, what is that special moment that you remember from Twitch, or who are, maybe a streamer or creator that you really enjoy watching? Do you have any of those that you'd like to share with us today?
Yeah, I mean, I always take the opportunities to shout out streamers I like watching. So, I watch a lot of British streamers, especially they have, they fit with my morning schedule well, and they help remind me of home. There's a couple who run Twitch London called Fremily, who are great people. I watch them religiously nearly every morning that they're live. And here in the US, I'm a big fan of Foozly and the Foos Fam. I've been subscribed to Foozly for many years, and she has a really great community. I think some of my favorite Twitch moments, I think more recently, some of the PogChamp stuff has been hilarious to watch. Like, there's nothing better than watching grandmasters try and train streamers to play chess in less than a week and then sit on the sidelines watching them succeed or fail. I think that was just some of the funniest and most entertaining content I've seen in a long time.
I've enjoyed a lot of the chess PogChamps. This is great stuff. And then finally, one of the reasons why I wake up every day and I love to do the job that I'm doing is because of creators, right? Seeing the incredible things they're doing, the innovation in their content, how they interact and build communities. It's what gets me excited every morning when I get out of bed and I sit down to do work. So I got to ask you, what is it about Twitch, about the community, about whatever that gets you excited every day?
Yeah, I think it's just, it's the community in general. It's been able to, for me, I don't really stream. I've tried it a couple of times, but I love just being able to jump into chat, see people I know, hear how they're doing, make connections, meet people in real life. Like, I've been to TwitchCon for the past 4 years, and just meeting people that you interact with on, almost a daily basis is just so great. And it's just such a great service to build connections with other people shared around something you love, be it a game or a creator or just a community. And I think that's what really excites me. And I really love working on Twitch and helping creators solve problems and hopefully making their lives easier.
Well, we're going to talk about some of those problems that I know that you're trying to help creators solve. So thank you, Jeremy, so much for being here. Before we jump into things, want to let you know what we're going to be talking about today during today's stream. And we will also want you to know that you can ask questions throughout today's stream. So kind of bringing this up a little bit, Jeremy is going to be giving us an update on the DMCA product roadmap that was shared back in the town hall in December, and walk us through some of the new features. Many of those you've seen already, or maybe you've actually checked in your own dashboards, etc. We're going to kind of go through each of those, give a little bit of additional insight on why we went that way. And then at the end of the stream, we're going to do our best to answer some questions from chat. So we want you to be submitting those throughout today's stream. Pretty simple. All you need to do to submit a question to the team who will be monitoring these and checking via chat is by using !ask and then following that with your question. And we will flag as many of those as we possibly can. Can't guarantee that we're going to be able to answer every single question that you might throw out there, but we are going to do our best. Now, I also want to make sure that this is as informative and productive stream for everyone. So do please keep questions limited to what Jeremy is an expert in. That's why we brought him on. He is an expert, and his team is experts in building these creator products. And we'll be able to answer questions you have today about the new features, about the things that might be coming. Jeremy is not a lawyer. I think he's thankful for that, and will not be able to obviously advise on copyright law or to help resolve specific problems that might be unique to your channel. So I do want to make sure, I'm going to drop in chat right now several different articles, help things, information, awareness, things that maybe you've missed over the last couple months that might be helpful. There's a help article. There's some links to Creator Camp, the user voice for DMCA, as well as the original blog. And wow, look at those questions coming in. I've thrown those links into chat as well. And I know the team is like, wow, we've got we've like exclamation point ask is working. Absolutely. So anyway, that's how you can ask questions all throughout the stream. Near the end is when we're going to be tackling some of those. So let's jump right into it. Now, you talked a little bit, Jeremy, you mentioned just earlier about addressing and helping to fix some of the problems that creators might be facing in 2021. So can you provide some context on, why these particular updates and what are the creator problems that your team is working on to solve in 2021?
Yeah, so I think back last year when DMCA notifications started to come into streamers, I think we realized that there were three major areas in which we were not serving the community as best as we could. And one was just how we detect music and how we use technology like Audible Magic to actually help protect streamers and their VODs. The second was just transparency around DMCA notifications, creators being able to understand they received them, being able to understand them. And the third was just, content management. Many creators found themselves with millions of clips, thousands of VODs, and it was very, very difficult for them to manage those kind of content, that catalog of content. So those were the three primary areas which we identified that really needed addressing. And a lot of the updates today are focused on number 2 and 3. In reaction to the influx of DMCA notifications last year, we actually formed a Tiger team from employees across the company to kind of address some of these issues and really focus on the highest priority work.
Can you actually break down, like a Tiger team, in my mind, usually, a specialized team, something comes up, or maybe they're experts in one area and typically they then focus. Can you give us sort of a definition of what a Tiger team is, like within Twitch?
Yeah, in this particular case, it's kind of like a strike team. We brought around employees with expertise across all different services and infrastructure at Twitch who felt passionately about wanting to solve this problem, and managed to spin up a team very quickly who could start working on some of these issues. It was it's the quickest way to kind of add resourcing and focus on a problem which comes out of nowhere that you weren't necessarily anticipating, without disrupting necessarily tons of other roadmaps and
right.
other work that's in flight.
Right. But for those creators who may have been affected by DMCA, or just making sure that they're doing everything they can to protect themselves and putting the right content together, they can have confidence knowing that this team is pretty much dedicated to not only the things that we're talking about, but I think some of the things that you'll talk about that are being built or on the roadmap for 2021. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. This team was responsible for shipping some of the updates that we've spoken about previously. Using Audible Magic to detect copyrighted content in clips, the mass clips deletion tool, allowing editors to manage clips on creators' behalf. This was all work done by the Tiger team, and they'll continue working on this problem throughout the year.
Great. So let's actually then transition to kind of that first problem that you were mentioning, right? The DMCA notifications. And as I understand, and has been my experience, like up until today, we've only ever sent an email to notify of a DMCA notification. And your team is changing that today with these updates. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so as you mentioned previously, if you received the DMCA notification, you would get an email. That email would contain, information about what song is received, or like what song was being targeted, and who the rights holder were, and what piece of content was being targeted, and that was pretty much it. But we know that emails are easy to miss. They can sometimes fall into spam folders, depending on your email provider. Not everyone knows what email address necessarily their Twitch emails go to. And obviously for something which is as sensitive and important as, a strike against your account, a DMCA strike, that's not a scenario which is really acceptable. So starting today, what we're doing is we will be sending on-site notifications to the creator inbox whenever, if you receive a new strike against your account. So in the short term, this will direct you towards the email where you can find more information, but it's just to reinforce that we really don't want people to miss these kind of this content.
So, if I've received a notification in the past, I'm not suddenly going to have a notification. This is really geared towards any new notifications that might come up. So, I mean, the things that I heard you say that I took away is that, all partners, affiliates, anyone who broadcasts on Twitch, make sure that your email is up to date, that you're getting the critical emails, whether it's regular updates or it'd be something more specific like a DMCA notification, but the notification won't necessarily appear for previous claims, and is kind of in the future, this is where you would receive a notification.
Yeah, that's correct. And I mentioned it's going to be within the creator inbox. To let people know where that is, you can find that in your dashboard.
Why are you subbing to my mute?
The notifications drop down, but you can actually also find it anywhere on the Twitch site as a viewer.
Right.
And you'll see that the notification, you have two sections, my Twitch and my channel. It'll appear in the my channel section, whereas the my Twitch section is more about gift subs you may have received or other normal Twitch notifications.
Great. So, I mean, the other thing that I think, I've certainly talked to a lot of creators about, and it's been something that's been asked about, but that's tracking any claim strikes that might have been issued, right, over the course of the last year or however long. So previously, there was no indicator via the creator dashboard or really under any settings for a creator. And again, that has changed as well. So walk us through that change, because I think this
Why
will
are
be
you subbing
important,
to my
for
mute?
creators, not only to keep up with things, but to stay informed.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, hard to keep track of where you stand against our repeat infringer policy. You had to kind of, count the number of emails you've received and number of notifications you've received. So we want to make that easier for people. So we're adding a panel to the side of the video producer, which is going to tell you exactly where you stand, how many strikes you have against your account. This will be there for everyone. You can go back and see. You can use that to track kind of historically how many notifications you may have received.
And I kind of answered my own question once I saw the showcase of where this exists in your video producer dashboard, under the dashboard. And it looks like even if I have 0 notifications, this is still something that is there. So it's not necessarily something that is there only if you have received a copyright strike. It is something that will always be there for every creator if they're checking their dashboard. The only difference would be if you have received a strike, you would see that.
Yeah, that's correct. So you should always see it. It should tell you exactly where you stand against our repeat infringer policy. This is not necessarily going to be its final form, its final placement. We'll talk about that in a minute, but we wanted to make sure that people could understand, like, have I ever received a strike? Is that something that I should be paying attention to? And currently today, as you mentioned, it's really difficult. So hopefully with this change, it makes it much clearer and much easier for people to understand, exactly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think I can, speak for other creators to say this is great. It's awesome to be able to have that tool so that users are very well aware of what's going on. And, if you are, already good and you've protected yourself and you've taken care of everything, then you're probably just going to see a 0 there indefinitely. But we do appreciate, I think, this update. It's great to see that there. And I did check this morning, saw it there on mine. So if people are checking today, they should probably be seeing that as well. So this is great. So this is kind of the first problem. And you mentioned that there's still a lot of work to do in 2021 regarding even this area. So can you share some of the changes and updates that may be coming here for this?
Yeah, so a lot of these changes are stepping stones to where we ultimately want to get to. Like, as of today, you'll get an on-site notification, but the details of exactly what piece of content is targeted will be in the email. You can see the number of strikes you have, but you can't actually see the details of those historical strikes. Obviously, we want to solve all these problems. So we're working on building out more of a DMCA section within the dashboard where you actually be able to see the historical strikes, the details of those strikes, the piece of music or the piece of copyrighted work and the rights holder, and even watch the content which has been targeted by those notifications, so you can better understand exactly what was happening in the stream at that moment in time. And then eventually we also want to make it much easier to counterclaim through this interface as well. So you can see a strike, you could watch the piece of content, and you could decide, or you could sit I fully have all the rights I need for this piece of content, so I'm going to file a counterclaim. So that's a work which we want to kind of build out throughout the rest of the year.
Great. I know that many creators are very happy to hear all of these. I think kind of hyper focusing on one, watching the VOD content targeted in the notification is definitely a big one. Sometimes maybe if it was a clip from a while ago, it can be hard to even remember back what was happening, what was I doing, what could have put kind of a creator in a scenario. So very excited about that. I think we'll talk a little bit more about the overall roadmap in a bit. But I want to do, first and foremost, just remind folks, if you do have questions, please, again, !ask in the chat. Earlier, I just saw nothing but !ask, so I'm sure there are plenty of questions out there, but just wanted to set that reminder. Before we look at the roadmap stuff, which I am very excited to kind of go into and talk more about, I want to talk about the other areas and that you are hoping to help solve and create efficiency for around creators, and that's ways to manage the content. So let's, first and foremost, I want to just take an opportunity, because first, I know the team has worked incredibly hard on these tools, the Tiger team and supporting teams. I also do want to just give a general shout out to many of the third-party tools and individuals who helped put together some of the ways that did help creators over the past year or so in some of the scenarios that they were up against in terms of managing their content. I was someone who went through all of my content almost 10 years on Twitch, and it wasn't easy. I really appreciated that Twitch kind of acknowledged that we weren't quite prepared for creators, and the tools weren't there. However, at the same time, this is incredibly important that these tools are hitting Twitch, because native sort of features, especially like this in Content Manager, is incredibly important. So can you talk a little bit about, like taking these tools, what you're building out, and the importance of creating like a native feature set on Twitch to help with these types of things?
Yeah, and it's great those third-party tools existed, because I think, as you acknowledged, like it was very hard to go through large archives of content, and the previous tools we provided people were fairly insufficient for this task. You could delete a clip one by one, you could delete a VOD one by one. That left you in the challenge of like trying to watch thousands of VODs and tens of thousands of clips to trying to decide which ones you wanted to keep and delete. So obviously, great that the third-party tools were there to help in this scenario, but creators shouldn't have to rely on third-party tools to do things which are core to the platform. And in many ways, we can often do it more reliably or more efficiently, particularly when it comes to deleting content, than a third-party tool could do. So, talking a little bit back, last year we launched the ability to unpublish a VOD to really remove it from view, so you could review it offline. We obviously launched the mass clips deletion tool to be able to give creators a one-click way to delete all their clips. And as I mentioned earlier, we shipped some functionality so that channel editors could actually help manage clips and delete clips on a creator's behalf. This year we have today we have some new launches which are primarily focused around improving VOD management. Today we're launching the ability to be able to delete all VODs within a single click of a button, similar to the clips functionality. But also we're allowing creators to be able to mass unpublish all their VODs if they just want to take their entire archive offline and take time to review it. As well as functionality to enable you to bulk delete VODs or clips, so be able to select up to 20 VODs or clips, 20 VODs, and delete or unpublish them. So you'll be able to manage multiple VODs at the same time, and decide whether you want to delete 5 VODs at the same time or unpublish 10 VODs at the same time.
Right. And I would imagine that, right, obviously this is helpful for anyone who might have received a DMCA strike or needs to do some cleaning and management. In general, though, this is a pretty big improvement for any creator, especially as we have so many creators who now have years and years and years of content that exists on Twitch, which, by the way, creators, that's like, it's incredible. It's absolutely amazing, the amount of content that exists. However, then that, right, causes the, sort of that crossroads of like, now I need all the right tools to manage these years of content that I have. So while this is an update that was kind of shipped by the DMCA Tiger team and your team. This is really something that is beneficial to every single creator kind of as we go forward in the future of content management on Twitch.
Yeah, particularly if creators wanted to keep a more of a curated archive of content on their channel, these tools will certainly help in terms of like just managing that content. And finally, I think there's one thing that I forgot to mention earlier, which we're also shipping, which is previously you could unpublish VODs, but you weren't actually able to watch them unless you downloaded them. We're also shipping some functionality over the next 24 hours to enable you to actually be able to watch unpublished VODs yourself as the creator within the dashboard itself. And that's what you're seeing on screen right now. So yeah, I think generally these tools are applicable to everyone. And useful for everyone, so really excited to get them into creators' hands.
And just to be clear, I know that the under video producer, we saw the area, that part is live, notifications are live. This particular sequence that we're seeing here is actually something that will be available kind of in the next 24 hours. So if creators don't see it right this moment, they should be checking back.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, great. Awesome. Certainly appreciate that. As I mentioned, I think that obviously is applicable to those who are looking to take care of things that might be related to DMCA, but overall for content creation and just being able to manage that, or editors managing that, etc. Happy to see that these tools are kind of being worked on and expanded. And that kind of takes us then to an area that I'm really excited to kind of talk about. I know that you outlined quite a bit at the town hall back in December. This is obviously kind of a initial release of some of the products and things that you did talk about there. And so I'd love to talk what's next on the roadmap and a little bit about what we might expect. And maybe you and I can kind of chat a little bit about that before we take some questions from the chat.
Yeah, absolutely. So next for us, previously we launched the ability to use soundtrack in OBS, as well as expanding that kind of multi-track audio technology. So you make it easier for you to choose which audio you want to go to your live stream versus your VODs. Starting next month, we're going to be building that functionality into Twitch Studio. So within Twitch Studio, you should be able to have support for soundtrack, but also be able to select individual audio streams that you want to go to the live stream or the VODs. Separately. And then realistically after that, where we're really focused is on some technical re-architecture work. So as we were kind of building out this functionality, we realized that there were a couple of pieces of underlying infrastructure which haven't really received the love that they needed over the last couple of years, and we're taking a step back to really focus on rebuilding those. So one is rebuilding the DMCA tool that we use internally to manage and process DMCA claims. Once this work is done, it enables us to build things like the DMCA center I spoke about earlier. And the other piece is we're spending some time to upgrade our Clips infrastructure. You may have seen the first steps of that with us changing Clips URLs slightly in order to actually scale it further. And I think those are big undertakings, but they're really kind of necessary to power some of the future work we want to build.
I definitely feel like I have a lot of questions just in this area. It's very interesting to me, especially as an employee who's been around for about 10 years, right, since the beginning of Twitch. And admittedly, we've had a few moments where it's like, hey, we need this to work. Here's a Band-Aid. This is very, very early on. And in sort of building a robust infrastructure, sometimes you can't do the work that you need to do for the future unless that infrastructure is reliable and efficient and able to be built. That's always been a really interesting, unique challenge when it comes to Twitch, at least from my very limited product perspective within Twitch. However, when I think about some of the areas that we hope to improve on, or think about the scale of something like Clips, where there's thousands of users like every moment just kind of clipping probably this stream right here. And so let me rewind to the DMCA tool real bit, Jeremy. It says rewriting the DMCA tool. And this is kind of even for my own education. But while DMCA is a law, it's not necessarily like they don't hand you a suite of tools to say, here, this is what you use on the platform to manage this with the user. Like that is what your team is building.
Yeah, essentially, I mean, as of today, we receive claims from rights holders, and we process them through a tool which then, deletes that piece of content and issues a strike. But it doesn't necessarily have the functionality we need, for example, to be able to surface up the number of historical strikes that the creator has received, or keep track of someone counterclaiming in a streamlined way a particular claim and then sending that back to the rights holder. So we really want to make sure we improve this tool so that it can power those pieces of functionality.
Got it. And then with the clips database, I can imagine too, right? Clips have become very popular on Twitch. Again, that's something that is a little harder from a Twitch perspective to know how much is this feature going to be used? How much will it be adopted? Will people like to create clips? And so my question specifically about the clips database and sort of the re-architecting that, as I was mentioning earlier, does that help us go into the future to say, not to put you on the spot, but say build features or additions faster because there's a better infrastructure underneath it all?
Yeah, the Clips team did an amazing job, but obviously, as you mentioned, when we launched Clips, we really wanted to put out a product out there, and we didn't really know it was brand new. It wasn't brand new. There were some third-party services, but it was, fairly new on Twitch, and we had no idea how much usage it was going to get. And obviously, as you mentioned, it's a massively popular product with millions of clips produced a day. Yeah, I think everyone loves clips. And we spend a lot of time just dealing with that scale and that growth and not really taking a step back on trying to understand, what were the limitations of the architecture we built? Or maybe we understood them, but we intentionally decided that they weren't important at that point in time. And last year, as we looked at wanting to provide more granular functionality to make it easier for people to manage clips, we realized the current architecture just doesn't really support it that well. And some of the things that we really want to provide creators are the ability to filter and delete clips by a certain game. So you could say, hey, I just want to remove all my just chatting clips, or, filter and delete clips under a certain amount of views. Everything up less than 10 views, I don't really care about keeping. That kind of functionality is what we want to bring to creators in the second half of the year. But equally, we really have to get some of this infrastructure work done first to be able to power that.
Yeah, and I mean,
Why are you subbing to
actually,
my mute?
Even within Twitch, right? I mean, we've done a lot of work on everything from video infrastructure to chat infrastructure, and so it seems very natural to me that we would, take the time to focus on this infrastructure. When I put the roadmap back up, it looks like most of that work is being targeted in Q2, and I also imagine that is kind of the work that takes the most time. And so is it fair to say that because that work is taking place, that's why we won't necessarily see additional features until a little bit further in 2021?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Okay, great. Is there anything else about the roadmap here before we kind of move on and potentially take some questions and that you want to talk about?
No, but I will take the opportunity just to shout out all the hardworking people on my team, the engineers, the product managers, the designers who have been really working to help build this functionality as quickly as possible. I know, obviously, for the community, everything could be quicker, but they've been putting in a lot of hard work, and obviously, I don't do all the work, and it's mostly on their shoulders that I stand. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who's been working on this stuff. I personally would like to echo your thank you. I don't think that we do this enough, but getting an opportunity to see how much the employees on these teams and the teams that are doing the work care about the work that they're doing for creators is really meaningful, and that's not always seen by the Twitch community. So I hope that you will take it from Jeremy and even myself, the amount of work and the amount of dedication that the teams is putting towards developing these issues and going through creator feedback and really trying to build the best tools that they possibly can. It's phenomenal to see, and sometimes I wish that everyone else could see the same things that we see, but be guaranteed and have confidence that this team's very passionate about solving some of these issues, as Jeremy mentioned,
And I can't have a loud enough echo in saying that we really appreciate the work that is going into this quite a bit. So this is great, Jeremy. Let me say also just congratulations to the team for getting these things launched. I know that sometimes that is not the easiest thing to do either. So great that we were able to get that launched today. And then also thanks for coming on and being able to talk us through some of these things and answer some questions. And speaking of questions, I think that's where we're going to be going on next. And again, we're already, many of you have been submitting your questions, but just as a quick reminder, you can submit questions at this point using !ask. I see that we've already got a couple. Please try to keep it to questions specifically about the product updates or that we've talked about, or maybe things that might be on the roadmap. And any legal questions or individual advice, please refer back to the links that we shared earlier, and or go through the help portal if you need to, or if you have a specific problem, issue that you'd like to get resolved. I wish that we could do it all here on this stream, but there is only so much that we can do. So with that being said, let's go to our first set of questions. And I know that chat is already asking this, so I'm just going to be preemptive and drop this as the first question, Jeremy. I hope that's okay. I still see this one commonly asked, and that is very simply, why doesn't Twitch have a site-wide music license?
Yeah, and I think I've answered this question a number of times on stream now as well. But we do actually have some licenses. We're an audio-visual live streaming service, and we pay royalties to societies like ASCAP and BMI in order for people to perform music live to their communities. And as I mentioned at the town hall, we are actively speaking to the major record labels about agreements that could be appropriate for Twitch. Whether appropriate for Twitch, where the vast majority of creators aren't using recorded music in their streams. But yeah, not too much of an update there, but did want to acknowledge the question and answer it. So
appreciate that, and hopefully it was asked by a few people in chat. So we've definitely got quite a few questions here. I'm going to just kind of fire them off as they have come in from the chat. And let me just say, chat, thank you everyone who's attending, creators, partners, affiliates, viewers, moderators, everyone across the board. We really do appreciate you coming in. We hope that we can be doing more of these streams to really be opening up the conversation and talking more about these types of things, and your engagement and involvement in them is not only appreciated, but it crucial and essential for us to have these productive conversations. So here's the next question, Jeremy. Can I use music in my stream? I think a pretty straightforward question, but it's I think one worth asking.
Yeah, so there are a couple of different ways in which you can include music in your stream. We pay for public performance licenses so you can perform music on your stream. And then also there's a number of services that provide licensed music for your stream. Soundtrack, the app that we provide, is one, but also third-party services like Soundstripe, ChillHop, Epidemic Sounds, all provide services where people can actually get licensed music from their streams. This is a great opportunity to remind you that you shouldn't be playing recorded music in your stream unless you own the rights or have the rights to that music, and you have all the permissions necessary to do it. That is the best way to ensure that you're protected going forward from the DMCA. And if you're unsure whether you have the rights to use a piece of music, you probably don't. So it's better to be cautious in that regards. And as I mentioned, there are a bunch of third-party services that you can get licenses to use music in your streams.
Yeah, and I mean, thank you for the answer. I agree. There's some amazing third-party groups out there that are sharing their music that kind of follow the guidelines. And again, make sure you check into every single one that you might be using. I personally, Jeremy, just want to say I've had interesting journey because I've gone out and I've actually licensed a couple of tracks myself that I want to use for different shows, but it has been such a phenomenal learning experience too, reaching out to artists saying, can we put a contract in place, actually having a piece of paper that says, hey, you can play this song. Like, you have the rights to do that. So a lot of different things for creators to explore, but definitely want to shout out, right, all of the existing groups that are putting their efforts into that. Of course, the efforts here internally with things like Soundtrack, etc. Really appreciate all that to make it possible for creators to still include the right music that is appropriate for the stream. So hopefully that helps out a little bit. Here comes another question, Jeremy. If I hum a few bars of Stardew Valley's soundtrack or say something from an artist, is there a possibility that I will get a strike?
Just want to say the Stardew Valley soundtrack is great and very relaxing, so I can understand why you'd want to.
Do you hum it often? Do you find yourself humming?
Not recently, but I have many hundreds and hundreds of hours into Stardew Valley, so there was a period of time where I was frequently humming music from it. But what I would say to answer the question is you humming a few bars of someone else's song is something we would generally consider as a cover performance that you're allowed to do live on Twitch. So you're perfectly fine to do that.
So hum away. Hum away. More questions coming in. Thank you for the team also who is assisting on grabbing all of these. As I mentioned, I saw so many questions being fired out there. So Sarah asks, will we be able to republish VODs we unpublished or create highlights out of unpublished VODs? Great question.
That is a great question, and nice to see you, Sarah. Yes, I forgot to mention earlier the mass unpublished and bulk unpublished features also have republish, so you can mass republish all of your VODs. You can bulk republish the VODs that you have unpublished. Yes, we want to make it so that you can create a highlight out of an unpublished VOD. So if something happens, unrelated to DMCA, something happens in the stream and that you want to cut out, you would be able to unpublish the VODs, create a highlight, and actually just publish that highlight.
And so right now, is it possible to create a highlight from something that is unpublished?
That is a very good question that I do not know the absolute answer to, so I do not want to answer in bad faith. So I will. I'm happy to tweet out or come back to the community once I've actually found out the answer to that question, whether it's possible right now or not. Great,
right. Appreciate that. Yeah, and I can definitely think of some specific instances. Maybe I'm doing a stream that had multiple games and I want to split those games out, but not necessarily have the other VOD, the entire VOD published. Would be able to unpublish that, pull out the archives you want to keep, and then kind of go about it that way. But you can do this on a mass batch. We'll check up on the other thing. Thank you, Jeremy, for following up. Continuing the questions, again, chat, thank you so much for what we've got. So I play 15 to 45 seconds of copyrighted music when someone subs, raids, or hosts. Then the rest of the time is non-copyrighted music. Would I still get a strike?
Why the fuck are you giving money to my music?
So this is where I unfortunately have to fall back on my position as not a lawyer.
Roller coaster
and say that we can't really answer questions about your individual uses of music, other than that you should make sure that you've secured licenses for the music that appears to your stream, even if it is just short snippets like that.
Great, thank you. So when is Twitch Studio getting Twitch Music integration?
Assuming Twitch Music is referring to Soundtrack, it should be coming in the next month or so.
And can you, for those who may not know, right now there's the ability of Soundtrack to kind of send a alternate audio stream right through whatever streaming tools you might be using, which changes what would be on a VOD versus what is broadcast live. Is that, first off, let me make sure I'm representing that right. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that is accurate, and we're planning on also at the same time shipping the functionality that allows you to granularly pick other audio sources as well that you'd want to go to just the live stream or the live stream and the VOD. So we'll ship all of that, all of those improvements at the same time.
Maybe this is a little in the weeds, and I apologize for throwing this from left field, but let's say I wanted to create a multilingual stream on Twitch and offer, say, Spanish as well as Chinese. Will this sort of technology that's being developed under these other systems potentially be something that might be used in those ways in the future?
It's certainly something we're discussing with the video team, who are not my team.
Got it.
And ways in which we can just kind of expand this technology. That's one of the potential use cases, is multiple audio tracks. There are other really interesting things that could potentially be built, like allowing the viewer to turn off a music track in the background and actually just have a different stream. But at the moment, I can't. We have no commitments. I can't give any commitments that we're building any of those things.
What I hear
there
is
are definitely many interesting uses.
So I'm hearing new technology, definitely some cool things we could do about it. Have to still lay some groundwork, and then we'll see where it goes. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I think that's a good representation. Yeah.
Okay. So when will Soundtrack get a greater variety of music and other functions such as the ability to search for a particular song?
So my team, I'm not responsible for Soundtrack, so I'm going to have to unfortunately read the answer that was provided to me. But we actually just released 4 new stations, including a Latin Trap station, I hear, and we'll have many new playlists coming in the next few weeks. We're constantly working on expanding our catalog of content to make Soundtrack, better for you guys. So hopefully you should just could see a constant, consistent stream of new stations and music.
Great. Well, I understand that that's not your team, and it is work on completely different. But we appreciate you answering the question, and thank you to the team for making sure that we had an answer. There's some great questions that are coming in as well. So continuing on, are covers of songs still okay for stream? You kind of touched on this a little bit, but maybe you can go into a little more detail.
Yeah, so a cover song generally refers to someone performing, a musical composition, which is, a combination of lyrics, melody, song structure, and other elements that kind of can, make a song a song. And most of those things are ordered, owned by someone else, and you're not actually using someone else's pre-recorded music to create that cover. So, for example, if you were singing and strumming your own version of a popular rock song, Twitch pays for public performance right that kind of allows you to do that. So, sorry, that's a little bit of a convoluted answer, but hopefully that helps.
No, I think it answers the question, and hopefully this creator will continue to do whatever awesome things that they're doing. So, next question. Kind of general, but I'm just going to ask what I see here. What will happen if you get a DMCA strike?
Yeah, so really good question.
Why are you subbing to mine
Twitch,
mute?
like every other service provider that relies on the DMCA, maintains a repeat infringer policy, and that policy kind of takes a holistic view of a creator's history on Twitch, and examines, different factors to determine whether they are what we would refer to as a repeat infringer, someone who is consistently using copyrighted works from other people. And ultimately, if you do accumulate enough strikes and determine to be a repeat infringer, you'll kind of get banned from the platform.
Why are you subbing to mine mute?
That's the thing which we're all, which we will hope that you are trying to avoid.
Right. Yeah, fair. I think, DMCA strikes do happen. There's a system in place. I'll be the first one to admit I've got what I checked this morning. I've got one on my channel from back in 2015. I've done what I can to make sure that I'm taken care of and protected of now. But it is a good indicator. That's why we now have the notification as well as the statement of right where you're sitting as far as the copyright strikes. And just be wary of that and make sure that you're doing what you need to do to protect you, your stream, your business, your community, etc. So next question comes from TNARG91, asks, how does one protect themselves when getting strikes for generic background noises such as ambulance sirens, as those have been stricken on multiple streamers?
So we understand that there's a perception that people are receiving strikes for these kind of background noises, but that's actually very unlikely, and we've not seen many cases of that at all. It may be that what you're actually seeing is we use, as I mentioned earlier, we use some technology called Audible Magic, which scans VODs and clips for copyrighted audio and will mute portions of the VOD if it detects something. And there certainly have been instances of people getting their VOD muted from wind sounds, for example, in a video game. But we have not received strikes related to those kind of usages from music.
Okay.
And then if you do believe that one of your VODs got muted for a generic kind of background noise, you can consider submitting an appeal, and that particular piece of VOD can be unmuted. I'm going to segue straight into the next question, which is the housewife asked what is the difference between a muted VOD and a DMCA strike, and I think this is a very natural segue.
All right, listen, Jeremy, now you're taking my job, but I'm going to let this one pass. So, but no, please go ahead.
But since I'm talking about it, muting on VODs is something that we refer to as kind of proactive protection. It's a way of us ensuring that copyrighted content doesn't make it into your recorded works. So we use Audible Magic. It's an automated system that kind of looks for copyrighted content, and if it finds a piece of copyrighted content, it mutes it. It removes that. And in the case of clips at the moment, we delete those clips. This is not the same thing as a DMCA strike. You have not received a strike if one of your VODs gets muted. It's actually us trying to proactively keep you safe from DMCA copyrighted works actually making it into your VODs. So DMCA strikes are explicitly initiated by a rights holder. This is, someone who owns the rights to a piece of content will actually submit and say, I think this person's using my work without authorization, and they're always accompanied by an email and a notification on the dashboard. So you should not be worried about muted VODs. It is a natural part of us trying to keep, Twitch safe from copyrighted works. And, it's just us trying to actually help out as much as we can. And it's very different from actually receiving a strike against your channel.
So I do kind of have a follow-up to this. Sorry, housewife, for maybe hijacking your question here, but as a creator, if I notice, wow, I'm seeing a lot of muted portions of my VODs, is that kind of a signal to myself that maybe I need to be double checking the music that I might be playing or might be featured on my stream?
Yeah, and I would say so, yes. And also in the video producer, we put some symbols, some icons on the VODs to show where the VODs that have contained muted material. At the very least, it should be a signal that maybe you want to go check that particular VOD, understand what was muted and why, and understand did copyrighted content actually make it onto your stream without you realizing, or being more active in terms of how you handle that piece of content and what you want to do with it.
Sure. Okay, well, we got about 5-10 minutes remaining, so we're going to try to get through. Still some great questions coming down, so again, thank you. From edu_8, he or she asks, is DMCA going to be worldwide, or is it going to be different in different regions?
Yeah, so the DMCA is a US-specific law that governs copyrighted material on the internet by US creators and US companies like Twitch. There are a number of similar international laws that govern copyright as well, and Twitch complies with them as well. And so we comply with all of those laws in addition to the DMCA. But obviously, as a US company, with a lot of music being owned by US rights holders and a lot of streamers being in the US, the DMCA is the most prevalent one you hear us talk about.
Kanasu asks, while it's great to have the management tools to delete or unpublish our content, what about actual management of it? Mass downloading, mass renaming, mass tagging, etc.? Or is it just deleting important here, losing years of work?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really great suggestion. I'm happy to take it back to the team and go and talk about it. At the moment, we're primarily focused on the kind of functionality which will really help you manage the content in regards to the DMCA. But I think as we build out functionality to allow you to mass unpublish and mass delete content, it's natural that we'll look at ways in which we can also reuse the patterns and the services that we've built for other different functionality, like tagging, for example.
Okay. Felkcraft asks, if a streamer disputes a claim because he or she does own an appropriate license, but the dispute gets rejected, what will happen with the new tooling?
So the system right now is going to operate in the same way it currently does, which is our compliance team examines all copyright notifications, as well as disputes from creators, and then makes a determination of whether the dispute is valid or not, and complies with the DMCA guidelines. So if you do counterclaim, and we pass that along to the rights holder, and we remove a strike from your account.
Got it. And you mentioned some of the other tools that be coming on, right? Rebuilding this DMCA tool. You mentioned that sort of what we see in the video producer right now may not be the final form. So does that say that there's a potential that if as counterclaims are added, there might be an additional notifier that says you have one strike that is being counterclaimed? Or I assume the team will be building off of what you've just put in there.
Yeah, absolutely. So today the process is fairly manual. There is a help article which kind of explains how you can counterclaim if you believe you have the rights to a piece of music.
Right.
And it's manually reviewed. We want to streamline that. We want to make it easier for creators to be able to understand when they should or shouldn't be counterclaiming, when they have the rights, and provide us all the information with their counterclaim for us to actually be able to process it and pass it along to the rights holder to say, hey, this creator has the rights for the content, and they're claiming that they're counterclaiming and have that in more of an automated kind of streamlined way for people.
All right, we've got a few questions left. I'm going to try to get through as many as we can here. So Drex B asks, will the multi-track audio feature listed in Q2 allow the deletion of music from VODs and clips without deleting the VOD and clip itself?
Yeah, so getting a little bit into the weeds, but that's actually yes. The answer is yes. That's actually how the technology works. So, in the case of soundtrack, the audio, the music from soundtrack only goes to the live stream. So it doesn't go to your VOD. So then when we scan it later on to determine whether we should be muting it, there's no music there. And therefore what you get is you get a VOD, which has all of the original audio, sans the music, none of it will get muted. In the case of clips as well, clips are produced off of the VOD audio track. So if someone takes a clip, it will not contain the music, which if you've ever seen a clip taken recently of people dancing to a piece of music when they're using this technology, it can look a little weird. But in the end, silent discos. But in the end, yes, it should mean that if you're using something like soundtrack, clips will not be deleted and VODs will not be muted, because actually the music from that stream will never make it to those.
Great.
Content.
Royal Kitsune asks a question that I'm actually had the same question myself, but will notifications about DMCA claims be visible to mods and editors as well?
So not at the moment. The mods and editors will not see the notifications, but that is something we want to enable in future, so that your mods, or at least your channel editors, will be able to say, hey, I noticed this on your account, and it's something that you need to pay attention to. So.
All right. We're going to try to get these last few so we could say we answered all the ones that we got in here. What about getting DMCA warning for things that you have a subscription for, like Epidemic Sound?
So I can't answer this one specifically because I don't have all of the details. And again, I want to go back to what I was saying earlier, which is I want to make sure we aren't confusing a muted VOD with a DMCA strike. If you do believe that you received a DMCA strike and that you do have all the rights for the music because you're using a subscription service and it's fully covered, I would encourage you to submit a counterclaim in those cases. It can be the case that the VOD will continue to get muted even though you have a license for that tracks, because as I mentioned, those are two independent systems.
Awesome. All right, two quick questions and then we're going to wrap up. Can we listen to Spotify on streams? One that I hear quite a bit and see talked about on Twitter.
Yeah, so every music service is different, and they all kind of give different rights to music in different ways. You should only be using Spotify on stream if you have the rights to the music you're playing. So we recommend you don't, unless you've actually gone and secured the rights for the music you're playing.
All right, I am Flip asks, will this system be able to verify if a DMCA claim is legitimate first before issuing a strike to combat false claims?
Yeah, so our compliance team does review incoming DMCA notifications and to see whether they comply with, our DMCA guidelines, and they have all of the necessary information for us to deem them to be legitimate. And we also have, processes in place to combat kind of fraudulent notifications. So that's something that we proactively do on our side.
All right, two more, and then we're going to wrap, I promise. Kirby Rocket, what's up, Kirby Rocket, asks if there are any of our questions that weren't answered on stream due to the influx of questions. Definitely were. Where can we continue to inquire about more?
Yeah, so I don't have a great answer, which is I would recommend you go to our user voice. We have a specific DMCA section there. If you do have suggestions, if you do have things that you want to recommend, that you want to see Twitch do with regards to DMCA, I would recommend that you submit them to our user voice, as that's kind of the main way in which we're taking kind of feedback from the community on this. But often, it's very hard for us to answer everyone's specific questions about their specific use cases. So it's, we're mostly looking for kind of ideas. Feedback,
you're being fucking jealous, and it's cringe.
And I'm sure we're keeping a close eye on conversations that are happening today, whether that be here in chat or on social media, etc. Some of the feedback and other ways that creators will often submit, whether that's user voice or maybe in a Discord, whatever. And I'm sure if there's areas that we notice we're getting a lot of questions about that, we will follow up in some way, shape, or form. But again, also recommend user voice. So Jeremy, thank you so much. There's one final question, and this is from Great Ninja, who didn't really follow the some of the guidelines that we talked about. This is not a question about product updates, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway. You're in the hot seat now. Great Ninja asks, Godzilla or Kong? Because they're about to fight soon. So
yeah, I think in this particular movie coming up, I think I'm supporting Kong, mostly because I liked Skull Island a lot. So I think I'm going to have to go with Kong. I think if you ask me in a more general sense, I don't know how I would be able to not side with Godzilla if we're going back into history. But I think in the upcoming movie, I think I'm rooting for Kong.
All right, awesome. Well, we got to split here. We're going to have to put a bet on it or something, because I'm Godzilla all the way. I'm actually hoping that they just team up and, it becomes like the Avengers of monsters a little bit. But I'm going to have to go Godzilla if you throw the two in a ring. I mean, the guy can shoot laser beams out of his mouth. So anyway, Jeremy, thank you so much. We appreciate not only the rolling out of the new products, but joining us here today for this hour to talk a little bit more about this. I hope that we can do this more in the future. On behalf of the community and all of the creators, really do appreciate you coming on, answering the questions, and kind of reviewing some of the things that we've done. Any final thoughts or anything you'd like to say to the community of creators and those watching before we wrap up?
No, I mean, in the end, if you final thoughts would be, if you do have suggestions, if you do have recommendations, I always love to hear from people. I would recommend our user voice. That is the most scalable way, but I'm also on Twitter. I'm happy to hear people's suggestions if people want to reach out to me personally as well. So.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Jeremy. Again, extend my thanks and high fives to the team as well for the work that they're doing. Excited about the work that we may not see too much of right away in Q2, but then also later on in the year. Really exciting. And like I mentioned, I hope that we can sit here and have this chat yet again. You said earlier that you don't stream much yourself, but I'm going to count this as doing some streaming. We'll do more of this. So
I will tell you my couple of streams, my tactic was I chose a game which I knew would be people are fairly opinionated about, which at the time was Slay the Spire, and then I put in my title that I welcome back seating as my gimmick to get people to come and join my stream and chat, and it worked. A bunch of people came in to direct every move I made, and it was a fun experience.
Awesome. Jeremy, thank you so much. Community, creators, everyone out there, thank you for joining us this morning. We hope that this did provide a little bit of clarity, some insight. I personally think it's great to hear from Jeremy and kind of the team overall about some of the tools they're doing. So just want to thank everyone also at Twitch that's not only put the time in for the tools that they've been building, but also just to help put this stream together and make sure that we can have a conversation and chit chat with the community about it. Again, thank you so much. I'm hoping that we can do a lot more of this in the future, and we hope that you have a great Wednesday and a great St. Patrick's Day if you are celebrating. Don't pitch anyone too hard. We'll see you next time. Thanks for joining us. Peace.
Why are you subbing to my mute?
There's a line outside the corner coffee shop. Across the river, the sound is changing. Across the river, I can hear a different song. Slow rain's falling as I'm walking home. I love these streets that I walk on. I know this is where I belong. Slow rain's falling as I'm walking home. Across the river, the sound is changing. Across the river, I can hear a different song. Slow rain's falling as I'm walking home. Across the river, the sound is changing. Across the river, I can hear a different song. Slow rain's falling as I'm walking home.
Leave it all behind. Let it all go. It's not worth it anymore. You can't convince them or change their minds. It's hard to be kind. You're accused out of thin air. Some people, you know them, and they won't know you. Friends can easily become a foe. Blood sometimes just won't let you go. When the wind to you. I know it's hard. Find something to do to keep yourself on track. When the world gets mad, what you gonna do? You're not young anymore. It's honestly true.
Why are you subbing to my mute?
I don't think that I'm being that selfish right now. You said yourself you'd be breaking every vow. Remember when we first met? On the other side of town we used to live. You told me a secret I can't forget. That's the reason I left you. Never could foresee the things would turn out the way they did. Your stories weren't just
Why are you subbing to my mute?
strength and show me your weakness. We're in this together now. We're in this together now. Give me your love and tell me your secrets. 'Cause we're in this together now. Yeah, we're in this together now.
Why are you subbing to my mute? Why are you subbing to my mute? Why are you subbing to my mute? you subs to my mute? Why are you subbing 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 to my mute?
Driving down the road that I grew up on once again. It's when I pass your door, the memories come back again. Pictures of us flooding back just like a wave. Makes me wonder what happened, what you're up to today. Remember when we stole your mother's car, we drove for days. Teenagers with too many feelings and rage. We were higher than the ceiling, middle fingers to the sky. I remember thinking if I only could stop the time. Way back when we didn't care what they said. People could stare, I didn't give a damn, 'cause I was being next to you. Way back when we didn't care what they said. People could stare, I didn't give a damn, 'cause all I needed was my friend. Way back when, way back when, way back when. Remember when my father taught us how to play guitar, and we started up a band in my garage. We thought our dream would take us so far, but after a week or so it all just fell apart. But we were higher than the ceiling, middle fingers to the sky. I remember thinking if I only could stop the time right now. Way back when we didn't care what they said. People could stare, I didn't give a damn, 'cause I was being next to you. Way back when we didn't care what they said. People could stare, I didn't give a damn, 'cause all I needed was my friend. Way back when, way back when we were higher than the ceiling, middle fingers to the sky. Way back when, way back when.
I need a little patience, a little separation for my health. I'm really good at waiting, but lately I've been waiting by myself. It sounded good on paper, but that's the reason why I had to leave. Surrounded by this vapor, I thought it was the air that's hard to breathe. Whoa, I guess I found a reason. Guess I found a reason. Whoa, I guess I found a reason. Guess I found a reason. I guess I found a reason. Guess I found a reason. I guess I found a reason. Guess I found a reason. It probably wasn't worth it. I never knew it'd be the hardest part. But how was I to know that when everything was working at the start? I still remember dancing, but you would always dance 2 steps ahead. They always mention falling. I didn't know I'd fall right through your hands. Whoa,
rooftop talk, every stolen kiss, every late night walk, every secret wish, every second chance, every time we dance underneath the light of the street lamp.